I just arrived in Red Forest.
Great. Keep your eyes open and you should spot it.
On my way.
Welcome, welcome. Fancy some trading? Out here, everything is in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes you need to get off. I learned that.
You've met Warren Buffett? All right. I think I've done it. Do you buy goods?
Sure.
I think I've done enough. Good luck building your fortune. Olga, I found the entrance.
Watch out for guards. They're probably close by.
Of course. Where else would they be? Olga, I found something. A control panel.
Oh, wait, shouldn't you check the cell before you open it?
Hey, little guy. What are you doing here?
No kidding, old-timer. Let me out of here before the guards come back.
What's your name, kid?
I'm Gleb. I didn't do anything wrong. Let me out of here, or my uncle will kick the crap out of you.
Whoa, easy there, little fella.
I'm not little. I'm already 10, you know.
First, I need to know how you ended up here. What is this place?
I was going to visit my uncle. He was supposed to pick me up in Slavutich, and this black van came after me. There were two big guys with faces like potatoes. They said that they would take me to my uncle, and they gave me a can of Coke. It's supposed to wake you up, but I got really sleepy.
They kidnapped you?
When I woke up, I was in here. But I wasn't scared. I didn't even cry. Maybe just a little. I'm almost a grown-up. I tried to escape once by myself, but the stupid guards caught me and put me back in this. And one of them said, if you try and run again. But I'm not like a little rat at all. Rats stink.
You're the bravest little boy I ever met, Gleb.
I told you, I'm not a little boy.
Who's your uncle? Someone important?
Of course he is. He's a big shot around here. When he hears what happened to me, heads will roll.
I wonder. Is your uncle in the military?
He was in the army like my daddy, but Mummy and Daddy are both in heaven now. So Uncle...
I'm sorry about your parents.
He's working on something big and important for important people.
You're a riddle wrapped in an enigma, my dear lad. I want to help you, Gleb, but I need to ask you something first.
Okay, but...
What kind of medicine?
I don't know, but my uncle drinks it too. Says it's good for his heart. He always carries a small bottle of it in his chest pocket.
I see. That kind of medicine. These men, did they ever hurt you?
No, they only yelled at me when I told them to let me go.
Did they put you in a weird machine? Or give you green crystals?
No, never.
Curious. So you have no idea why they put you in that cage?
They'd say I'd be collateral? Something like...
Collateral?
Maybe. I don't know what that means.
Poor boy. You've been through a lot.
Can I see my uncle now? Please, please?
Soon, kiddo. Just give me a minute to think here. All right. Time to bust you out of...
Thank you. I'll tell...
Nobody deserves to be caged like that. You need to help him, Igor.
Igor, look. If you think things through, you'll realize the lad is safer right where he is than out in the zone.
What does this thing do?
What now, Igor? Do you have any babysitting experience?
Let the little wolf go. You can't leave him in that cage.
The kid should stay in the bunker for now. Even if he's a prisoner, he's protected. He's safer in there than outside.
How about sending him to Madface? You said it was reasonably safe, right?
Not a place for kids. Everyone needs to know how to fight. What are they gonna do with him anyway? Why can't you just, I don't know, open that portal of yours and send him to your base?
I thought about it, but it's too risky. He's too small. The molecular structure of his body may be irreversibly changed.
In that case, I'm telling you, leave him right where he is.
Olga, I'm sending the kid to your village.
I really hope you thought this through. He'll have to grow up very fast over there. They're not gonna go easy on him.
I was out on the streets even younger than him, and I turned out all right, didn't I?
The village is the only safe place in the zone. There's a village nearby, Glib. A stronghold full of people, like soldiers, but on our side. They'll shelter you. Just say Olga sent you. Think you can make it on your own?
No problem. I received a merit badge for my orienteering. Top of my scout unit.
That, huh? Discovering a secret NAR prison in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah. I guess it pays off to follow every lead. If it wasn't for you and Matvey, we might never have found this place.
It was nothing. I'm happy you saved that kid. I really am. I want you to know that. They told me you arrived safely in the village. Anyway, next time, please listen to me, little babushka, okay?
What's up,
I was just thinking, how did you get to be so knowledgeable about herbs and plants?
Why? What's so goddamn strange about that?
I never said it was strange. You created your own compendium. No small undertaking.
I studied a lot, you know.
You studied botany? At what school?
Best fucking school there is. The University of Life.
I see.
Give me that look. You can trust everything I wrote down, to the letter. I've always been into plants and mushrooms. All different kinds. Everything in my compendium has been tested by me personally. So if you've got a problem with any of it, you can stick it where the control rods don't shine.
Really? But some of this stuff must be poisonous.
Well, I have a strong stomach. But yes, I've had my share of accidents. Luckily for me, my stalker friends were there to save me. Adrenaline and gastric lavage are my bosom companions.
Sounds serious.
How else would I know what's edible? It's a little something I call the scientific method. Wait, aren't you a scientist?
Ingesting unidentified plants and mushrooms doesn't sound like the scientific method. It sounds like suicide.
But I'm here, though, am I not?
Okay, fine. I just hope my stomach is as strong as yours. Mikhail,
Have stuff gathering and...
actually... Do you think you could...
I don't...
Maybe some other time.
You're the boss, Igor.
Do you have a moment?
What's on your mind, Olga?
I was thinking about an old woman I used to know, Alina. She lived in our village. She had so many stories to share. About the revolution of 1917, her husband dying in the Great Patriotic War, persecution by the NKVD, the Chernobyl disaster.
Fascinating. She must have been at least 100 years old.
She was very old indeed, until the lurkers killed her. Such a pointless death.
I'm sorry. She must have been a very brave woman.
I asked her once, what kept her going through all those dark years? Do you know what she said? I wanted to live. It was as simple as that. So I want to make mine count. Do you understand? I'm not dying because of a stupid mistake.
Hopefully we can avoid that.
Well, as my stepdad Matvey would say, nobody wants to exit the stage, but everyone does, eventually.
Hi, Olga.
I'd be glad to.
Fantastic.
No jokes while we're training or I'll smack you upside.
lurking in the bushes. You have to help me, Mousy. I am the only one who can defeat the Rat King, the junkyard in Kopachi. You hold the fate of the world in your hands. Please, hurry.
Why did Tarakan turn to you for help? He's been here a while. Surely he has other people who can do his bidding. He knows more about you and me than he's letting on. Watch out, my love.
Looks like the old loon can handle himself just fine. A trail of dead rats? Well, that can't be a coincidence. That's a lot of blood. NER must have really worked him over. I hope he's still alive.
Keep digging. That was our friend you killed. You can thank your lucky stars we're in a hurry. Don't rush it. Man down! Down, Khymynuk! Casualty!
Divine providence guided your hand. I'm too important to be killed by NAR's minions.
We seem destined to keep running into each other, so you might as well come on board.
Thank you. I'm beginning to think that your role in the fight against evil is as important as mine.
Just trying to do the right thing.
Of course you are, Mousy.
Who's there? Hey! I'm here! I'm here! Down the metal staircase next to the big pipes! Who's there? Hey! I'm here! Hey, you! Help me! Please, help me before that psycho comes back.
It seems like you're probably in there for a reason. What did you do?
What did I do? Nothing. I never hurt anyone, please. I was out on patrol when this maniac jumped me and dragged me all the way here. He said he was going to use me for bait. Something about luring in monsters.
I don't like the sound of using a human being for bait.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank God. I'm out of here. That maniac of those monsters. Oh, thank God. That maniac.
I've got some questions for you, and it's very important that you answer as best you can.
I will certainly try, Mousy.
First, how did you get Tatiana's music box?
She came to me. The woman in the red dress.
She came to you? Where?
In my dreams. She has haunted my nights for years.
What did she say?
She advised me that you could be an important instrument in the fight against the Rat King. She also wanted you to see the music box, to convince you that all this is real.
I keep seeing her too.
No, don't say that. She's completely real. Don't doubt it for another moment.
Why was NAR trying to kill you?
Isn't it obvious, Mousy?
Nothing is obvious to me right now.
I'm the only person who stands between humanity and the Rat King.
Okay, why don't you retire the act for a while? Who are you, really?
What act? There is nothing more real than this.
Does your name have some special meaning?
Tarakan means cockroach. I used to be a person like you, Mousy. But when divine providence called upon me to face the Rat King...
All right.
Want to hang out for a bit?
Yeah, good.
Actually,
Why don't you tell me about yourself?
Yeah. You might say
No family?
our father. You know what's work being...
Sounds like you had a lot of
Oh, yeah, but I wouldn't get... We were every day.
I'm sorry, Olivia.
It still is. Everyone thinks I'm...
Well, that's quite a... Do you think you could find...
I don't...
Maybe some other...
You're the boss.
This world is...
Dial it down a notch. You'll bring the NAR down on us.
I can see us all in the devilish clouds. A green swarm is spreading like wildfire. The Red King is triumphant.
So, nothing new.
You make fun, Mousy. Tell me, what do you do with something that is broken? Do you fix it?
You're talking about Chernobylite?
I'm talking...
Not sure I...
Why do you... That because since Luna...
Yes?
Deserve to...
I'm not a philosopher.
That remains...
Let me take a look at your...
Of course. What's the matter, Mouse?
Hey there.
But of course I...
Actually...
Rhino 3, this is Bluebird. Do you read? Oh.
This is Rhino 3, reading you loud and clear, Bluebird.
Rhino 3, change of plans. Jack Frost is heading for the Kapachi Kindergarten. ETA 3 hours. Provide support for a helo.
Wilco, Bluebird, we're moving out. ETA 2 hours. Over and out.
Jack Frost? That's an old nickname me and Boris gave Professor Semenov when we were... He brought me here to Pripyat years ago. Help. He must have his reasons. And he's always been a brilliant scientist. He's still my best shot at finding Tatiana. I need to see him.
Your old mentor, huh? Try and find him if you think it's important.
I'm always careful, Olivier.
You'll most likely have an escort.
Are we doing something or not?
Georgy Semenov, a good old Jack Frost. You must wonder what happened to him all those years ago. Why would he work with the NAR, my love? Surely he must have a good explanation. He was always kind to us.
I don't get it. We dispatched an entire squad to fly in here and escort this old fart just so he can dig through some papers?
This old fart is more valuable to them than an entire battalion of grunts like you.
Guess I'm in the wrong line of work, huh? Not at all, Sasha. I think you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
I'm surprised to see you here.
It's Igor. You remember me, Professor Semenov, don't you? It's been a long time. I thought you would have retired by now. But I guess there's no rest for a man of science like you and me.
Igor, it's so good to see you. But what are you doing here? It's not safe.
What are you doing here, Professor? Are you really working for NAR? Do you know what they're doing in the zone?
Please, Igor, slow down. My concern is science, as it always has been.
Then what are you doing here, exactly?
You don't need to worry about me. I haven't turned into Dr. Mengele. They're very peculiar, very dangerous. There are reports dating back from before the Chernobyl catastrophe.
Let the man catch his breath. Otherwise, he may become suspicious. He was probably forced to work.
So this is Semenov. Very smooth, very slick.
Reports? In an abandoned kindergarten?
It wasn't only a kindergarten, you know. Back then, we've always been watched, monitored by those who want to control us. I tried to shield you from this.
So please, answer me, Professor. Did you sign some sort of pact with NAR?
A pact? How melodramatic, how ominous. I signed a confidentiality agreement and a contract of work, yes, but I'm not responsible for how they police their facilities. Can't you see what's going on here? This is much too important to leave to the half-wits in military uniforms and Armani suits. Chernobylite needs to be properly studied by real professionals.
I haven't seen Tatiana in 30 years. I need to find her.
Reactor number 4. That was a real disaster. Some of our colleagues paid the ultimate price for this misguided experiment. That's what happens when politicians are placed in charge of scientists. And Tatiana. Look, my security detail will be back soon to collect me.
How can I get in touch?
I will find you.
Where are you going, Tanya?
Look at this place, Igor. It's so peaceful. Empty, but peaceful. Not a soul in sight.
That's okay with me. I'm not really a people person.
I know. I wonder how you're going to get through our wedding with all those guests.
How many guests?
Don't worry, silly. You'll be fine.
Tango spotted! Engage the wheel! Call for backup!
Hello.
Hey.
I've been thinking about the nuclear. They never got as much.
I think the...
Interesting. You think Chernobyl?
I really Hanford.
Yeah, but...
Right.
What's going on, Igor?
Do you think you could find... Perfect.
Follow.
Howdy, Igor.
Hello, Olga.
Do we have any fresh...
What?
I'm sick of canned food. There's some both. Yep.
When I start...
Really?
I wouldn't chance... You and me, but... Hi, Olga. Actually,
What's up, Igor?
Tell me about your
Like the
you now
fair
like you.
it would hear
said
you.
a lot.
I know. I'd never asked.
That's pretty.
Oh.
I can hear
The rack. But what?
Why?
You did great, Igor. But remember, there's no such thing as too much practice.
Igor, hey, got a second? Just talked to my, business partner on the radio. He's knee-deep in the shit. NAR is after him. But that's to be expected if you keep taking from them and giving unto yourself, huh?
I see. That kind of business.
Let's not get bogged down with the details. Just check if he's okay, would you?
Mikhail claims that everything is just business, but I know you can tell he's holding back the whole truth, can't you? There's a deep darkness within him, caused by loss and grief. Don't let it suck you in.
He's there. Don't shoot. He's what? Ah, yes.
Mikhail, I found your friend. NAR did a number on him. It doesn't look good.
Fuck! Well, help the man! I need him! He's got connections. Besides, he doesn't deserve to die like that. Like a dog.
Let me patch you up.
Thank you. I don't have anything on me. I had to drop everything when I ran. But I've got some intel you can have.
I'm looking for someone. Her name is Tatiana Amelieva.
She plays a violin, right? Sibelius.
Yes. My God, that's her favorite composer. You know her?
I can still hear the music. Weeks ago, I started having the dreams. Only the music at first. She didn't say anything. But I understood. My wife Katya used to play the violin, you see.
What did she communicate?
Oh, I wrote it down someplace. But it's still in my hideout.
Don't go anywhere. I'm going to check your hideout. This is very important to me.
this expression, Igor? You're like a foolish child wandering in the dark. You think you're getting closer, but the dark water is rushing in. Soon it will be over your head. You should have stayed away. You cannot ruin everything now. I won't allow it. So, want to show me what you're made of? Now run. I will hurt you if I have to. I'm giving you a 10-second head start. This is not going to end well. Why did you have to come back? Surprises, but it's not over yet.
This Omega unit seems to be a special unit designed to protect the power plant. What in the hell are the NAR hiding there?
So, how is he?
Wounded, but he's gonna make it.
Oh, that's a relief. He has access to different goods and a lot of useful contacts.
Looking out for your fellow man, eh, Mikhail?
Fuck you, Mr. Righteous. Maybe this is some kind of romantic adventure for you, but some people have to make a living here.
What's up, Professor?
I'm thinking about...
I'm tired. We should be out.
You really...
I don't hate all, but on the whole...
That sounds...
They took my mom. Those fuckers rented the air, and then they have your...
Right, but bringing down...
But you should... I don't get...
What would you have...
Shoot the devil...
In the area, and they'd round up in order to survive...
I would have fought...
You'd have done a ton... Hi, Olga.
I'd be glad.
Actually...
Hello.
Olivier.
Somewhat complicated.
Well, that's... But he also maybe...
You think it...
Maybe.
Over the minute, a gut...
Maybe...
But...
Sup, Igor?
I'm okay.
Explore east.
I remember...
Right. Assign some resist.
I never...
So, I wonder...
I'm...
Yo, Professor!
Good day.
Ever heard?
Actually, I was all...
When I was... That's only...
Yeah.
Why don't...
It's...
But...
No.
But, perhaps...
Earth is...
See?
It's...
I knew I... But...
Sure.
Stay away from rats, Mousy. We'll send them up, Mama. Mama,
take
to us the rat in the red when the
your
then Mama.
Gotta say, Pop.
Shoot.
I know how to make smoke.
Right.
But first, I need you to pick up the plastic left over from the Dugar radar operation.
Sounds like it's worth it.
I'm a prat. I built my first...
How did such a prompt...
Ready to go?
Sure.
I marked the building.
Charges? I always knew that you had something explosive hidden inside of you, Professor Khymynuk. Just be very...
Okay, Sashko. I'm in position.
You should find the place, no problem. It's in a one-way story building on the perimeter of the Muscovy.
I think I know where it is.
is there? Why are you loitering here?
Easy. I'm just looking for some parts.
What? Speak louder.
I'm looking for some parts.
Stop yelling. It's not safe here.
Why isn't it safe?
What kind of question is that? NKVD, of course.
NKVD? The secret Soviet police?
These bastards came around here snooping. They arrested my sister-in-law for being a kulak. And she only has 2 cows. 2 fucking cows, goddammit.
The NKVD doesn't exist anymore. You don't need to worry about them.
Yes. Yeshov is a piece of shit. His goons are persecuting everyone. Even...
Oh my.
What? You...
Do you have anything to trade?
Why didn't you ask? I'll trade you junk for some bullets. I need to arm myself.
Did you find anything...
Take a look, son.
I'd like to... See you later. Sashko, I found the plastique box, but it's empty. There are some droppings and... is it possible rats took your charges?
Well, shit, those sneaky bastards must have been really hungry.
Now what?
Well, no charges means more work for me and also more work for you. I can make the compound from scratch, but that means I'll need the ingredients from somewhere else. But first, we need to take care of the rat problem.
What do you mean?
You got the detonator? Press the button.
Why would I do that?
To blow these bastards to Rat Kingdom come. I don't want them running around with my charges.
Slow down. You have no idea where those explosive rats of yours are. They could be under the floor or in the walls. I don't harbor any secret love for rats, believe me. But this is just stupid.
I'm done with your whole living dangerously routine. I'm not going to do it.
Too bad.
Do you have any sense at all?
Whatever. Do what you want.
Where do you even come up with this shit?
It's not a real detonator. It's just a prop. I was just messing with you, Professor. Trust me, I wouldn't risk the life of my brave companion like that. But you still need to go to find my other stash and bring me the...
Search the area. Keep an eye out for the explosives.
Sashko, I found the building, but it's crawling with NAR soldiers. Looks like they know about the stash. Any ideas?
Fuckers, they must have spotted me earlier.
A little heads up would be appreciated next time.
Hey, you got this, man. You're better at this shit than you give yourself credit for.
Thanks, but...
You're breaking up. I'm losing signal. Igor, signal.
Sashko? Sashko! Damn it! Sashko, I found your components.
Glad to hear it. For a moment there, I thought I might lose my favorite partner in crime.
Was that supposed to be humor, Sashko? Not bad for a first try. Sashko, you know the difference between dynamite and nitroglycerin? I need you to be more stable, like dynamite, and less like nitroglycerin, which will just blow a person to hell for no reason.
You want to make an omelet? You gotta crack a few skulls. Am I right?
If you know so much about eggs, how about helping out with the cooking?
Nah, that's your department. I'll stick to what I'm good at. Blowing shit up. Hey there, old-timer. I need you to do something for me.
I'm all ears.
You know I came here to Chernobyl looking for someone.
You mentioned a brother.
Yeah, Ruslan. We grew up together.
So you were, like, gangbangers?
The proper term is thieves-in-law, but you don't need to know that.
So why is Ruslan even here?
It's a long story, but our father was a cop. Like a lot of cops, he was a real piece of shit. He beat our mother every time he got drunk, which was always. But I'll never forget the last time. He took a swing at my head with a lead pipe. I wasn't a helpless little shit anymore, and we grabbed the old man and threw him down the well behind the old house.
You threw your own father down a well? Okay. What's my role in all this?
My brother Ruslan did something he shouldn't, and after this something, he came here to hide in the zone. I've been trying to track him down for months.
Damn. What did he do that would make him hide in a place like this?
That's not important right now. Anyway, my best guess is that he was caught by NAR. I need to meet up with him and ask him some questions. This is very important to me. Search the NAR Mobile Command Center near the old hospital in Pripyat Port. There are some officer uniforms that'll help you infiltrate the power plant. And while you're at it, I want you to look up some info on my brother. Anything you can find on Ruslan Horobets.
Of course.
I knew I could count on you, partner. Stay in touch, just in case. Radio me if you need help.
I will.
How's my dress, Igor? Not too tight in the back?
Sorry, I don't have an eye for such things. But you look gorgeous, I promise.
You'd still say I look good even if I put on a potato sack, wouldn't you?
Yes? You know?
This is quite a conundrum for you, Professor, isn't it? You're so sweet.
I'm at the outpost. A lot of firepower here.
Stay low. You got balls, I'll give you that. But no, lure them away from the outpost somehow. Okay, you got a plan. Get to it.
Too much hassle. I'm going to take them all out. That way the problem stays solved.
So you want to fuck this up so you can just show off? I know that type. Pathetic.
Do you know how many ass...
I see 2 trucks. One of them's loaded with explosives, maybe.
That's odd. Go down there and take a closer look. Carefully.
I've got the uniform.
Good.
It seems they caught someone who enlisted under false name. They found out his real identity, Ruslan, and that he was wanted for double homicide in Moscow. My God, Sashko, I'm sorry. I think they killed him in order to deny any involvement.
So, he's dead. I don't get to ask my questions then.
What the hell is so important about these questions? This is your brother.
Yeah, seen as double homicide. It was our parents. I think Ruslan might have been involved in their deaths.
What are you saying? You think Ruslan killed your parents?
I have no idea what happened. I wanted to find out from him directly. Now I never will.
Come on. You know your brother better than that. You and him saved your mum from your abusive asshole of a father. Do you honestly think he would harm her?
Not intentionally, no, but maybe there was an accident, crossfire.
I know you didn't get what you wanted, but you should trust in your memory of Ruslan. I'll see you back at the base.
You're out of your goddamn mind if you think you're going back now.
What? You should think things through first. Get some peace of mind.
I don't want peace of mind. I want a piece of them. Mind the place and send those anyhow fuckers back to hell.
I'm with you. Ruslan must be avenged.
Appreciate it. Now, on the C4, grab the detonator and hide in the hospital. Wait for the right moment and press the button.
I've got the detonator.
Hide. Wait for those fuckers to come back.
I see them.
Whenever you're ready, but don't hesitate.
Who's that? Some stumblebomb is closing in on the checkpoint. Is that Mikhail's friend?
Blow it up before he gets any closer. Do it. What? No fucking way! That old bastard is way too valuable! Don't you fucking dare!
I did it!
For fuck's sake, he's got important contacts! We drank vodka together!
Sorry. It had to be done.
It had to be. Fuck you! If that really was some vagrant wandering around, I wouldn't give a shit! But he was really fucking useful to me! Fuck!
Bloody fucking hell! You just blew that poor asshole into pieces! Why? Why did you do that? I needed him! You have no idea how this fucks things up for—
I'm sorry. I know he was your friend.
Nah, he wasn't. But he was really useful. You let your emotions cloud your judgment and screw up my business.
need to talk.
Sure.
It's about my mother. I didn't tell you this before because I didn't know if I could trust you. I think I know why they took my mom. It wasn't a coincidence. She saw... You see, when NAR first came here, they pretended to be friendly. They offered free examinations to several sample shells and even promised my mother medical assistant. It was all a ruse, of course. My mother was invited to their lab and she ended up seeing something
She was inside their lab?
They were running experiments with Chernobylite on human subjects. Soon after that, people started vanishing.
Do you still have the photo?
No. My mama always kept it on her.
Is there any other proof to back up your mother's account?
No, but... My mother was the least selfish person I've ever known. She paid the ultimate price for her kind heart.
I get it.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I need to know what my mother saw in that lab. There must be something there incriminating NAR. If she's in the zone, she must somehow be part of all of this.
It won't be easy.
Igor, I heard you talking to our she-wolf here. You don't want to go to Lenin Square. I don't think you're ready. Who knows what you'll be up against?
I think I've proved myself quite capable.
You can harness the power of Chernobylite. An impressive feat.
I've been taking risks pretty much since the beginning.
I admire your grit. But I've seen guys like you in the field.
Head for the lab, Igor. Should be in the middle of NAR's camp. See if you can slip in unnoticed. Don't get in any fight unless you have to.
Sure thing, Mum. And don't worry, I've got my sweater.
You've got some issues, don't you?
Okay. Now's not the time to get distracted.
Locate the lab and try to reach it without drawing attention. You don't want to fight all these guys at once.
Take my picture, Igor. Do it now.
Sure. What's got into you?
I want you to remember this moment. Keep it close to your heart. Whatever happens, we are connected. We belong together.
Of course. You're my fiancée, and...
That's not what I meant. Never mind.
of ferric chloride and 100 mils of chlor diazoxide.
I know that voice. Where have I heard it before?
Right away. Who are you? What are you doing in here?
That man on the phone. Who was it?
You're Khymynuk. Dear God, please don't hurt me.
I asked you a goddamn question.
My boss, you mean? I don't know his real identity. Almost nobody does, I swear.
Do you really want to play it this way? I can see you're scared, and rightfully so.
No, not at all, sir. Please, I can't tell you what I don't know. But I can tell you other things. Just don't kill me.
Vanya, my patience is wearing thin. Where are those damned chemicals?
Answer him, but casually. Relax.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll send them right away. Apologies for the delay.
Spare me the excuses and move. I need that chlor diazoxide, and I need it now. You two, continue without me. And for your sakes, you don't screw this up.
It would be best if you forgot I was ever here.
Of course, of course.
Look at the tissue structure. This used to be a liver, if you can believe it. We need to collect samples.
The brain is hyperactive. Look at the chart. But it still doesn't respond to any stimuli. The previous subject had quite a different reaction. What's behind this difference, I wonder? Age? Sex?
Vanya? Finally! Who the hell are you? What did you do with Vanya?
Stay very still if you want to live.
Please don't hurt us. We're scientists.
Yeah, so was Dr. Mengele. Are you performing a vivisection without anesthesia? Administering shots of typhus? What are you doing exactly? I really want to know.
No, nothing like that. We're not beasts. We treat our patients as humanely as possible. But you have to understand that...
Scientific advancement requires sacrifice. Other people's sacrifice.
You make it sound sinister. But yes, everything we do is for the greater good.
How does it work? Are you shooting these poor souls up full of Chernobylite?
I can't talk about that. The NDA we signed is very strict. The penalties...
Did you just say NDA? Are you for real? Stop being a corporate stooge and start thinking about your own life.
Sure, you're right, of course. We started out giving them shots, but that was just the first stage. We're way past that now.
Uh-huh.
It was, you see. The fatality rate was... it didn't bring the desired results.
We've moved from administering nano-solutions to directly editing human genomes to enhance them with Chernobylite. We've developed our own Chernobylite CRISPR.
Your patients or subjects, whatever you call them.
Which ones? There were many patients here. Some of them didn't make it past the final phase.
Don't let him dodge the question. Make him talk.
Look, please, can we all try to stay calm? Let us explain. Modifying genomes is only the first step. Next, we induce a state of superconsciousness in the subject's gamma brainwaves. It's basic neurology. The sympathetic nervous system begins to release enormous amounts of energy straight to the brain via the thalamic gate at the brainstem. When the thalamic gate opens, the energy flows to the pineal gland, and I don't like to use this term, but it opens a third eye.
A third eye? Right.
Enhanced by Chernobylite, the pineal gland can do incredible things. Release all kinds of energy, and even influence physical objects, as in telekinesis.
You're torturing people so they can bend spoons with their mind?
This is all following the scientific method, believe me. These are closely monitored, replicable experiments. Anyway, when the subject is ready for the final stage, we put them in an induced coma. Contrary to what you might think, it's for their own good.
Explain, and fast.
Our boss calls it communion. It's when the subject's gamma brainwaves interact with Chernobylite's mental waves. Or, well, Chernobylite is like a virus, in a way. It's not exactly inorganic matter, but neither is it a living organism. It's something in between, and it produces a type of brainwave, even though it clearly has no structured organic tissue.
Well, what's the purpose of this communion?
This is where it gets really interesting. You know that Chernobylite can be used to create wormholes, right? But these wormholes are special. Haven't you noticed? They're not a purely physical phenomenon.
I don't understand. What else could they be?
We know what singularities and the tunnels should look like.
Bullshit. I've studied Chernobylite too. The exotic energy it contains is powerful enough to create quasi-black holes and passages between them.
We thought so too, at first. But think about this. What if there was an organism, or a virus, an entity powerful enough to create its own singularities?
No biological organism could encapsulate that kind of energy.
But Chernobylite is not a normal biological organism, is it? Just try and consider the possibility that the wormholes you're walking into are not something created outside of Chernobylite. They are Chernobylite. You're traveling through the veins and corridors of its multidimensional body.
But what does that have to do with this communion thing?
Isn't it obvious? We're trying to communicate with Chernobylite, but getting inside this thing's mind or whatever it is must be a truly disturbing experience.
You're fucking insane, both of you. You need to stay away from the morphine cabinet for a while. Who's your patient here?
I'm not sure, but she must have been carefully selected.
Selected? How?
I'm not familiar with the selection process. Our boss would know. But we know very little about him.
What's your boss in charge of exactly?
The entire biotech division, pretty much everything Chernobylite related, but mainly the impact on human physical and psychological functions.
Clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeats. How does this work with Chernobylite?
It's similar to a standard gene editing tool. We take specialized protein from a certain bacteria, modify it with Chernobylite, and then target the exact genes we want to modify.
Wait, I know more about physics than genetics, but CRISPR is usually done on embryos, right? And it takes time. Sometimes even years for mutations to show.
Our boss developed his own methods. The process is applied directly in the subject's body. The speed of the mutations has increased exponentially. It no longer takes years, but weeks, sometimes mere days.
Enough. All I've got from...
Check the database in this computer. Everything can be accessed from here.
It's password protected, isn't it?
Promise not to kill us and we'll tell you.
Don't worry. I don't give a shit about you. Password.
23#98S$.
Listen to me very carefully, Igor. This research, this data, it's too dangerous to exist. My people died because of it. Delete it won't bring my mother back, but...
You need to download this research, Mousy. This is the Rat King's brain stash. It's dangerous, yes, and inhuman. But it could contain the key to defeating him.
looks like these guys are telling the truth. They really achieved something incredible.
Why did you do it? God damn you! You did good, Igor. We will turn this information into a weapon against the Rat King.
I'm sorry, Olga. Nobody deserves to die so horribly.
I was hoping for some good news, but perhaps I was foolish. My mother, these people, they were all just used. Anyway, did you find anything of value?
Not sure yet. Bizarre theories about Chernobylite, mostly.
Try me. I'm not a bookworm like you, but I'm not stupid either.
Well, NAR seems to think Chernobylite is like a giant turtle that carries our universe on its back. They figure they can tame it and ride it wherever they want.
A turtle?
It's just a metaphor, but the scientific theory behind it is no less insane.
Right. Thanks for trying.
Listen, Georgi, I know what I'm doing, but there's no going back now.
I know, my dear friend. It's just that we lost such a brilliant mind that terrible night. I'm afraid of losing you, too, all over some romantic squabbles. And this misunderstanding also cost you your good looks.
I don't want to listen to this anymore. No more distractions, you hear me?
Oh yes, of course. I'm very happy to hear that it's all in the past now.
Good. So let's get to it. I would like to see some results as soon as possible. We both know that she's the key. We've wasted enough time already.
All right. Just don't do anything rash, please. We need to follow the proper protocols.
So my dear friend Boris worked with Semenov even after the Chernobyl disaster. I wonder what happened to his face. And Tanya is the key. The key to what? Yeah, more secrets. I've got to keep digging.
Your trials were too aggressive, my friend. I told you that you were using too much, didn't I? I told you. You're lucky you didn't end up brain dead like the others. But here we are. Boris is dead. Truly dead this time. There's no reason to pretend otherwise now. I suppose I should have seen this coming. The mental projections you told me about, the visions, they've been building for some time. To be honest, I just thought that your hallucinations meant you were losing your mind. Prolonged exposure to Chernobylite often causes psychosis and hysteria, after all. Why, I've seen the test subjects babbling about Cthulhu, or wanting to save the world from rats. You really did it, my friend. You crossed the Rubicon. You achieved something that no one has ever achieved before. Well, except her. But she has a different purpose. You will be the first of your kind. You will help me bring about a new era of human evolution. You will help me reach the stars. Forget your past. Forget your pathetic personal involvements. Distractions. Foolish distractions for the weak. Wasting your time seeking validation from others, but not anymore. You don't need any of that going forward. You're to be my right hand in the days to come. It's time to drop your old mask and don a new one. Time to become what you were always meant to be. The Black Stalker. Wake up soon. We've got plenty to do, you and I.
So it was Boris all along. He started the Chernobylite trials on himself and became the Black Stalker. Dear God.
I've told you everything you need to know, General. What seems to be the problem?
The problem? That's what you're calling it. Look, I won't even pretend to understand what you and your lab monkeys are doing down there. And I wouldn't care if I did. What I do care about is this facility and the safety of my men. So the next time you decide to rush an experiment that can potentially release a bunch of fucking monsters into the world, please tell me beforehand so I have time to devise a strategy.
First off, the shadows are key to our research. They are hybrids that... You know what? I won't bother you with details that you won't be able to understand anyways. And second, actually, no, I'm responsible to the board, not to you, Kozlov. Your job is to safeguard this operation, not lecture me on things you will never come close to understanding. In fact, the board wants you to cooperate closely, very closely, with my right-hand man. I would like you to familiarize him with all of our security protocols.
Who? The freak in the black mask? You want to tell me who the hell he is? I like to know who I'm working with.
If you need a name, call him what the rest of your men call him, the Black Stalker. One last thing, I know you don't share my views on the future prospects of this organization. But don't even think about throwing in the towel. If we fail, there will be hell to pay for both of us. There is no walking away now.
So the NAR is somehow responsible for creating shadows. Or at least releasing them into the world. And Boris, the Black Stalker, is also involved in NAR security.
Rise and shine, Igor.
Tatiana?
There are things you need to face. Find me in Pripyat.
Tatiana? She's gone. Again.
arrived in this city of the chosen ones, Semenov so badly wanted you on his team. You were handpicked from Leningrad Polytechnic.
And you, Tanya.
Please, stop lying to yourself. This was your adventure all along.
We both wanted this.
You wanted this.
Tanya, please. This was supposed to be our future.
Future? Let me show you the future. This was supposed to be the future of the Soviet Union, a place for the elite, scientists, engineers, artists, where they all had a purpose. No poverty, no crime, no injustice. But in the end, it was nothing but a glorified internment camp. And when the Chernobyl disaster struck, look at it now. A high-tech mausoleum full of ghosts. What happened, Igor?
The same thing that always happens. They're irrational. To me, this city was remarkable.
What was so special about it?
Us.
My sweet Professor Khymynuk. Can you feel it? Can you smell that? It's the breeze off the Pripyat River. We ate dessert and read together in the grass.
Yes. You always brought science fiction.
The Strugatsky brothers?
Sometimes it felt like having a third person.
That was fun.
It was a long time ago, but yes, I think so.
Come winter, we'd go skating on the river.
You used to move so fast, and I was such a horrible skater.
You were the worst.
I wish you were doing that right now. I
know.
need to talk, Igor.
I'm all ears.
Got some intel that needs acting on.
Oh, you're not wasting any time on that radio, huh?
Let's leave this place forever, Igor. Let's just go, please.
Leave? But where would we go?
Anywhere. America or Western Europe? With your brilliance and my charm, we could live any place we want.
That's a dangerous fantasy, Tanya. The kind that could get us arrested. You know that. Our life is here now.
This life, as you call it, is going to be the death of us one day.
Olivier, I'm up on the roof. There's a signal flare in the distance.
I assume it's red?
Yes.
Must be the drop zone. That's your target. Time to roll. Good luck.
Yes, sir, Olivier, sir.
Anton was a good guy. So let's do our best. For him. Try to keep a low profile out there. Don't let NAR spot you. And don't take more than you can easily carry.
Stop right there. You're on Pripyat.
So...
Well, there's this creepy... What did I just...
You... What about this...
That'll be one...
Sure thing.
It's just...
I better be going. Okay, I can see the crates. It looks promising.
Well done. Don't listen to that soldier boy. Fuck low profile. Remember the pointers I gave you, Igor. Be a pro. Igor, any ammo you leave behind, they're gonna use to shoot you in the ass.
I'll take my chances. We don't get many opportunities to really stick it to them like this.
What was that bullshit back there, Igor?
Look, I appreciate your advice and everything, but you're not my father.
Clearly you don't give a shit about my advice. Let's see how far you get. Acting like the star of some shitty action movie. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to monitoring NAR comms.
Igor, I've got to talk to you.
What is it this?
One of the big fish is flying into Kapachi. We have a chance to intercept him. We have to act on this intel net.
Who is this big fish, anyway?
No idea, but it's got to be one of NAR's top people. A real 100,000 ruble suit type.
That's not much to go on.
It is 100% worth a shot. Imagine what kind of intel we can squeeze out of this guy. Just go over there and check it out for yourself, okay?
All right. But let's make one thing clear first.
Sure. Whatever you say, boss. I'll mark the location on your map.
I'm in position. How is this a good vantage point? No tower? No hill?
Right. You won't need a tower. There should be a control unit nearby. Find it and power it up.
Found it. What is this thing? And where is this big fish?
He'll be flying over in a helicopter pretty soon. All you need to do is fire up the missile defense system. They're pretty fucking awesome, right?
What? You want me to shoot down a helicopter?
Au contraire, mon frère. It's the perfectly rational thing to do. This is insane, Igor. You've no idea who's on board. I know we want to take down NAR, but blowing unidentified targets up...
I've come this far. Can't back down now. Hitting NAR like this will keep them off balance.
Shut up, son. I'm so fucking proud of you, Igor. Now, go check the crash site for survivors.
Help! Over here!
It's Georgi.
Can't breathe. And my legs. Please, find some medical...
We have to get you out of here.
No. You go. A search team will be here any minute. They might kill you.
You fucking tricked me!
Well, now look at you, pretending to be angry.
Why did you want Semenov dead?
I didn't. I thought it was gonna be Kozlov. He's at the top of my list.
How did you know about the air defense system?
This was a top-secret installation, after all. It only makes sense they had a way to counter American spy planes.
No more secrets. What did NAR do to you? Why do you hate them so much?
Kozlov and his henchmen tore this place apart. They expected everyone to fall in line. They rounded up me and my buddies, tortured us, and shot the others through the head, point blank. Well, where do we go from here, Igor?
I know we have our differences.
Damn right you do. Don't you ever forget that.
Hey, old-timer, green...
Yeah.
Camel. You'll need it unless you're planning. Shoot, don't get me wrong, but it would also be fucking suicide. I know where our favorite oddball Tarakan stashed the NAR uniforms. You should grab those uniforms the first chance you get. Go to the building adjacent to radar control. Just watch out for the traps. I think he said they're voice activated. Oh yeah, the old kook said something about the key hidden in the monument.
help you.
Do you know a guy named Tarakan?
So, you need something from Bradford, eh?
You and I are not comrades.
What do you have?
Just give me...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A hunter went out for a walk. Suddenly, and shot him down. Bang, bang! The hunter is his crawl, saying...
So...
Well, there's this... What
I better be going.
Bradford...
Come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. Tis the coat finish the same one.
A hare went out...
Wrong answer. My parlor is up a wind. Here comes another riddle for you. Suddenly, a hare appeared.
And shot him down.
Correct. Oh, no, said the little fly. A verse for you. Bang, bang.
The hunter.
You really are something, you filthy fly. I'm sure you must be weary, dear. Soaring up now. Pay attention. He was crawling.
Saying...
I can't believe you made it, you sneaky fly.
Officer's stripes. I'm sure these will look good on me.
One more thing. My computer. I have over 10 gigs of findings concerning Chernobylite.
Great.
You know how to use Northern Commander? This may take some time. It's a 486DX processor with 512 kilobytes of RAM.
Well, that will take hours.
I know, fucking Black Hat, but that's way too risky. Let's burn the...
Sorry, Tarakan, I'm blowing it up.
I have a long memory, Mousy.
Okay, here we go.
Dear Igor, apologies for this pre-recorded message, but it's for your own safety. I found something that will help you in your search. The documents are on the roof of the Pripyat hospital. Come as quickly as you can and try to be discreet. My superiors would be very unhappy if they knew I was helping you.
I knew I could count on the old man. These must be the documents Professor Semenov...
This is General Constable of the NAR. You're coming with us quietly. No harm will come to you unless you force my hand. We've disabled your technology. There's no way out of this building. Do yourself a favor. Surrender. It's the best option for everyone.
I sense the Rat King closing in on you. Run!
You have to do the right thing here, Igor. I know it's risky, but this could be our only opportunity to hurt them from the inside. Or at least...
What the hell are you saying? You want me to surrender?
Think like a partisan, will you? They underestimate you. Use it to your advantage. You'll find out a way to break free later.
Okay, I give up. I want to talk to the people in charge.
You overestimate your value, Professor Khymynuk.
Notify me as soon as the patrol has returned, Sergeant. Welcome back to the world of the living, Khymynuk. At least, for the moment. The name's Kozlov. I'm Chief of NAR Security. But perhaps you figured that out already. You know, I have plenty of crap to deal with every day. Guarding the exclusion zone against trespassers and lunatics who harass my men and refuse to let us conduct our business in peace. But we both know that's not the case.
Piss off.
You're not cut out for this, Mr. Khymynuk. But if you insist on doing it the hard way, so be it. We're developing something big here. You may find this hard to believe, but all this is simply business. Yet we are treated like a hostile occupation force. These busybodies would rather die of cancer than live a long, happy life tending their gardens. If anything, we're doing those crazy Samoshas a favor by keeping them out of harm's way.
The patrol has returned, sir.
Perfect. Excuse me, Khymynuk.
So, my gear is in the main tent.
was all biting you in the dick.
I need you to come here this instant. I'm at HQ. You better be here soon, or there will be consequences. Kozlov's going to sacrifice me. They left me here, and he is coming after me as well. I can't trust Kozlov anymore. You wouldn't want him to find out the truth, would you? I'm waiting in Lenin Square.
I guess I really am naive, huh? I think you... Don't you even flinch.
Oh God, it's...
Shut up. We're in some deep shit.
Stop talking. So, you're both working at the lab. Care to tell me what you're up to?
We're just taking measurements of Chernobylite crystals.
As you may know, it behaves differently outside the reactor room. A single piece of Chernobylite can turn an entire building into a crystallized structure.
What the fuck are you doing? You...
I'm a guy with a gun. This gun trumps your NDA.
Okay.
I assume there have been some Chernobylite field studies.
Well, it seems the more Chernobylite, the faster the crystals grow.
Interesting.
Well, the phenomenon seems to be triggered by reaching a critical mass at certain growth thresholds.
What else?
It doesn't look so bad now. But if our calculations are correct, the growth will really speed up in a matter of days.
Corporate doesn't know anything about it yet, but...
What are your current time estimates?
If nothing impedes its progress, the Chernobylite crystals will cover the entirety of Pripyat within 30 days.
My God.
What did you do with it, huh? You sell everything already?
What? No, look, guys, I didn't steal anything. I only took what you owed me.
Owed you? Seriously? We owe you a fucking...
Oh, God. If it wasn't for you, I'd...
Yeah, you'd be dead.
Everyone thought he was just some nutty professor. He blindsided us all.
The agents figured out how to disable the technology he uses to make jumps.
The stupid thing was heavy as shit. We had to carry it on our backs to set up the ambush. But it was all for nothing. The fucker escaped anyway.
Between his guy and those fucking monsters, I'm starting to think I should polish up my resume.
Those things can go through walls. I saw it with my own eyes. Yet this one is trapped in a simple cage.
That's not a simple cage. It must have used proprietary NAL technology we don't know about.
And what's that supposed to be? The green crystals?
Fuck knows. I only care that it keeps this ugly son of a bitch on the right side of the bars.
I'm gonna keep an eye on him anyway. I don't want to end up like Victor.
What was his name? Khymynuk?
Before you jump to any conclusions, I can explain.
You've been behind this the whole time.
What are you talking about?
Don't you dare bring Tatiana into this.
You're acting irrational, my dear boy.
I don't care about the future.
Igor, please. Let's talk this out calmly.
What's NAR's interest in Chernobylite?
Their interest is in a potentially trillion-dollar business.
I don't care about that.
Tatiana is a patient. NAR has done some despicable things, but Tanya is different.
I researched Chernobylite myself.
I know you did. You wouldn't be here if you didn't.
What are you talking about?
Chernobylite opened a door to something that will change the history of mankind forever.
Energy capable of creating a singularity, multiple singularities.
More than that, it's like an autonomous vehicle that can take you anywhere in time and space. The first such route is already in place.
Tatiana.
Yes.
God in heaven.
I could tell you things that would turn your whole life upside down. I can't have you falling apart.
What are you saying?
I need you here.
I will ask you one last time.
Igor, please.
Do you want to learn about your personal threshold for pain?
All right. But it's still Kozlov's fault. Tanya is in the power plant, I swear it. Listen to me, Igor. This is important. You understand that what I'm...
Shut your goddamn mouth!
You can't leave him alive, Mousy! Don't do anything you'll regret later, Igor. You're better than them.
You won't hurt anyone, ever again. This ends now.
I see I was wrong about you. You're an insect just like the rest of them. You will never save Tatiana without my help.
Wake up, my love.
Tanya?
I need you to revisit some places from the past. You must remember.
Noticed again.
I must be tired.
You're making a big mistake. Why did you call me? Watch out for it. He can do you serious harm. You will only find pain here.
Shut up!
He is coming.
plant employees, firefighters, nurses, doctors.
A monument to those who saved the world.
Maybe they wouldn't need to save it if someone else hadn't fucked it up so badly in their first place.
Tanya, my darling.
Is that a fact? That's the problem with memories. We remember things as we wish them to be.
What do you want from me, Tanya?
Take a closer look at the monument. There were no dosimeters at the site right after the disaster. These people had no idea what they were facing, and anyone who tried to tell the truth was silenced. State secrets have always been a top priority for our leaders. Simple people were just collateral damage.
It was more complicated than that.
Progress, huh? Remind you of anything?
That's new. The work of dark tourists, I suppose.
But what do you see?
Human silhouettes. The residue of human beings in their final moments after the bomb dropped. The nuclear fission of uranium-235. But why are you showing me this? All I wanted was to provide cheap, unlimited power for my fellow citizens.
Are you sure of that?
It was unreliable, flawed.
And why did the party bosses insist on using this flawed design? Remember, Igor.
Because it could be easily adopted to wartime production.
Atoms for peace could become...
That was never the plan. Do you understand?
I have to show you something else. Follow me. The Russian woodpecker, steel yard, Moscow eye.
Do go on. Over the horizon radar. Impressive in size and very power hungry. But at the end of the day, it was just radar. A heap of metal.
It's a tool of war. Yet another step towards a never-ending arms race. And you've been a part of that, even if unwittingly.
What are you talking about?
Was that even all of it? What about the secret transmissions?
Why don't you tell me, since you seem to know so much about it?
I wish I could.
You brought me here.
Don't sulk, Igor. Use your brain.
Unless I'm going crazy. You're nothing but a voice in my head, Tanya.
Wow, it's great to see you, Igor. I've got a fan-fucking-spastic plan that you need to hear.
You're right, of course.
Stop bitching and be grateful there's someone here to do the thinking when... Anyway, listen up. I think the time has come to kill off the biggest knobber of them all.
Oh, the suspense is killing me.
Drum roll, please. Time to end his miserable life.
You've got friends?
Not very funny. His lapdogs captured us.
What happened?
He thought we were human trash. I made it. Anyway, a perfect opportunity to exact revenge on this cocksucker. He's gonna give some kind of motivational speech.
This sounds like a real opportunity. Taking Kozlov out is the only way to stop him from interfering with our plan and to make him pay for his crimes.
As much as I admire clean work, shooting him like a lame deer would be a mistake. We should make him talk first. Learn everything we can so we can passwords, codes, guard routines. I also want to ask him about my brother.
We are going to pull the Rat King's teeth. Killing him straight away would waste all the work.
I agree on one point. Kozlov must die. But maybe he does deserve to suffer. But the only way to make sure he can't interfere is to kill him right away.
We need Kozlov alive.
I can definitely help with that. The actual camp is located in Energetic, the former palace of Kocha. The main entrance is probably guarded, of course, but they only post 2 guards at the side door. You know the place, right?
Yeah. I lived here a long time ago.
It's not complicated. Those NAR fuckers just walked in and make themselves at home. But the side door will be a breeze, and that's where you come in. Kozlov's digs are on the top floor. Security is a bit of a joke, and remember, most of them will be distracted by Kozlov's speech.
This is a great opportunity, Mousy. The time has come to instill the fear of the great rat catcher in their black and shriveled hearts.
Okay. I'm ready to talk to Kozlov.
Bad news, Igor.
What's going on?
Kozlov is about to leave the NAR encampment. Very convenient timing, isn't it?
Convenient indeed. So, change of plans?
Go to Hotel Policia, top floor. You'll have a great vantage point from up there. It will allow you to pinpoint Kozlov.
Sounds good.
Excellent. We should pursue this plan. This will bring us closer to defeating the Rat King.
You're one psycho geezer, Tarkan. But I like you because you love to stir shit up. Working with you is a real pleasure.
You may be far from divine enlightenment, Sashko, but your heart is in the right place.
I'm on the top floor, and I found some binoculars.
Good. Luck favors bold mousies like yourself.
I see him. General Kozlov in the flesh.
The chief rat. Now listen closely, Mousy. The time for action is now.
What about a little help?
Yes. Luring the other predators away is always a good idea.
Like moths. That might work for a minute or two, but it won't last.
Do you have a better idea?
I might. Shut down the generator instead, and they'll be blind. Then you'll have no problem sneaking past the guards and getting to your target.
Where are we going for our honeymoon, Igor?
Honeymoon?
You did start planning it, right?
Of course I have.
So?
I was thinking of Sochi, Yalta, perhaps Gagra.
Gagra? The Soviet Monte Carlo for party apparatchiks? Over my dead body?
All right. Sochi it is then.
I can't feel my legs.
Shut up. You're just making it worse.
Now that was 550 honest military deep straight from your heart squats. Cheer up, boys. There's only 19,450 to go. Sarge, please. No one can do 20,000 squats. Are you talking private, or was that just hot shit spilling out your fuckhole? No, sir. No, sir. That was just hot shit spilling out of my fuckhole. Good. And since you're so talkative, you must have some energy. No rest for the wicked, boys. 500 squats till the next break.
Okay, I'm at the generator.
The shadows are out! Fucking hell! Fire! Fire at will! Target ahead! Over there! Keep shooting! More of them are coming! Watch your six! Stay alert!
Disabling the generator must have opened the shadow cages. The guards will be quite busy for the next little while.
Not afraid of the dark, are you? Seriously though, watch yourself. Those things will eat you just as soon as any guard.
What's all the commotion?
Don't even think about reaching for that sidearm, General Kozlov. I'm not interested in talking to you, but I need to find Tatiana, and you're in my way.
Is that so?
Come on. He's just trying to weasel his way out of it. Kill him now.
I'm sorry, General. I'm not that kind of person.
Wait. You're making a huge mistake. I can tell you a great many things. Useful information.
He's full of shit.
You want to know about Tatiana, right?
Okay. I'll bite, but you better have answers.
Did you think I would be impressed? I've seen these things before.
Don't make your situation any worse than it already is. Move.
So, this is what it looks like from the inside.
Surprised?
Let's say terrorist hideouts are not my department. But I know everything I need to know. Is this a family meeting?
What the fuck? Why did you bring this asshole here?
My poor fellow. I suppose you expect me to acknowledge you and apologize for something I've done. Sadly, I am forced to disappoint you.
I don't like this one bit. Let's put an end to this, and fast.
You should be careful with that one, Khymynuk. Women are often far more cruel than men. What about you, old man? Still chasing ghosts? Did you ever Perhaps you should have stayed in the institution. Sashko Horobets. I admire your craft, but there's no...
See about that.
Are we done with introductions?
You seem to be the most reasonable of this gang of colorful misfits.
I know exactly what you're doing. It isn't particularly clever or original.
What am I doing? I am a professional who happens to be on the other side of the fence. I have a nephew that I very much want to see. So, go ahead and ask your questions.
Your nephew? Tell me about him.
He's 10 years old. He's from Magnitogorsk, like his father. I don't believe for one moment that you could harm him. It's simply...
Do not assume to know me, Kozlov. Tell me about the experiments.
I wish I could tell you. But as with tracking down trespassers, that is not my department.
You lie. How can you claim to know nothing about it?
I know about its applications, yes, but I don't know any details about its implementation.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Look, I'm not a personal friend of Semenov. Remember, it was Semenov who botched the experiment that released the shadows into this world. Can you guess how many people I've lost? Don't ask me where these creatures came from. Semenov has a god complex. We lived in the shadow of people who wanted to turn us simple bread eaters into angels for almost the entire century. But I've been around. I've seen things.
Semenov may be the brain, but he isn't responsible for the atrocities in the zone.
You seem like a smart fellow, Khymynuk.
What do you mean?
Whatever Semenov told you, he is the real puppet master.
The board?
The big money people in the tailored Italian suits. Semenov convinced the board he's going to transform NAR into a $1 trillion business.
Semenov isn't rounding people up and torturing them.
Well, naturally, you'll get a distorted view of what's going on when you only hear one side of the story.
Uh-huh. What's your side of the story, then?
This is a war zone. Some collateral damage is unavoidable in any conflict. I do my absolute best to keep their suffering to a minimum.
I'm only really interested in one thing.
That ghost you're chasing. That pretty dream.
You're the head of security.
Professor Khymynuk, listen. I am here to earn a little extra money so I can retire someplace nice and send my nephew to an Ivy League university. I have zero interest in anything that doesn't directly concern my men and my job.
You don't tell me.
I cannot tell you what I do not know, Professor. Semenov is the authority in this area. Talk to him if you want to know more.
How do I enter that power plant?
You're placing me in a very awkward position.
You've got a real nerve talking to me about civilian casualties. Again, what is the password and response for accessing the power plant?
Don't be stupid. You and your merry band of trumps will never make it out of the power plant alive.
I don't care. Do you know where we are? Right?
No. I don't understand it, this place.
We are currently in the tunnel between two singularities. It's like a black hole. Oh, this tunnel is a shortcut through time and space. Marvelous, isn't it? But to use it, you need to know how to enter and how to leave.
Ah.
Do you? I don't have to kill you. I can simply leave you here. But don't count on dying anytime soon. Time dilation will ensure that you don't. You will never see your nephew again.
I can see that your companion's cruel nature is beginning to rub off on you.
Are you ready to cooperate now?
The call is, we quell the storm. The response, and ride the thunder.
Thank you. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. What to do with you now?
It's too dangerous to let him live. I believe...
I want to ask him about Rusklin fast.
He's mine. I want him to experience a slow descent into hell. Fucker!
He's just a tool of the Rat King. He told you everything of value already. Do not let this rodent roam free.
I'm not a murderer. I've only ever killed when I had no other choice.
Thank you. I knew you were a reasonable man.
You have to leave NAR. Disappear. And never return. Otherwise, you and I will have another conversation.
All I care about is my nephew.
Igor, I need to tell you something.
All right.
I don't know exactly how it works, but Matvey has a way of keeping these creatures at a distance. He has this strange powder.
Dust?
Because I can see you for what you are now.
And what's that?
A forthright and honorable man. Anyway, it'll help us in your heist. You should get your hands on some as soon...
Well?
You should.
Okay. I'll check it out first chance I get.
Watch out for those bastards, Igor. I heard on the radio that they're sending more troops to Red Forest.
Olga, I think I found some of this, what did you call it? Dust?
Stay vigilant. There could be lurkers nearby. Those things are never too far away.
Hey, you! Where do you think you're going?
Don't shoot. I'm, friendly.
Friendly my arse.
Why so hostile?
Did you now? Olga's gone and Kostya's missing. Probably because of you.
Look, I really need this dust.
No can do. At least we know what happened to our kin.
Look, I need...
White powder, eh? And you're a cokehead too. We don't do drugs round here.
Now, wait a...
Just kidding. I know what you...
Okay.
Good idea.
Did you hear that? Can you talk to this guy?
Talking to this half-wit is a waste of...
Any suggestions?
Go to the cemetery. At least that's what we call it. Matvey used to visit there from time to time. Maybe you'll find him there.
Jesus. This isn't really a cemetery, is it? It looks more like a mass grave.
I know, but it gives this awful place a kind of dignity, doesn't it? NAR used to dump bodies here.
Unbelievable. Is it possible they were telling the truth?
What's going on?
Remember when I told you about Chernobylite being a giant turtle that supports the Earth?
What do you mean?
It seems to be organic. Moreover, it shows signs of basic cognitive functioning. That's why it avoids the lye and phosphor. Incredible. That explains why the shadows won't touch it.
You can tell me the rest when you get back.
I told you to return to the UK, Igor, but I see you didn't listen. Well, you're constantly interfering in everyone's business. You're the wild card of the zone. There's no telling if you'll end up on the side of the heroes.
You're talking gibberish.
You think I don't know you've been talking to Semenov? Perhaps even Kozlov? But your little gang of misfits and rejects has no idea you're playing both sides.
How do you...
You really are naive, aren't you, Igor? Like a lost little boy, perhaps. You're not so special after all.
Rat? Why did he call you a rat, Mouse?
They're using you, and you can't even see it. Why you're really here.
You're insane. Chernobylite is messing with your mind. Listen, I never sold anyone out. Someone sent me a picture of Tatiana.
You're a goddamn liar. She would never.
It's the truth, and I can tell you believe it.
You're delusional. Semenov used a photograph to lure you here, to get you to mess with my plans. He made you his puppet, whether you realize it or not.
You underestimate me, old friend. Yes, I know it's you, Boris. What happened to you? We had our differences back in the day, but we were also good friends. Tatiana has always been the most important person in my life. But that doesn't mean I don't care about anyone else.
Friends? Sure, Boris and Igor, bosom comrades to the end. It's really bizarre to see you claiming something that doesn't belong to you.
I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
You're not lacking in courage, Igor. But courage without knowledge is indistinguishable from stupidity. Do you understand what you're up against? I know you talk to those half-wits in my lab. Their indiscretion cost them their lives, by the way.
You killed them for telling me that crazy theory of yours? That Chernobylite is an organism so powerful it can produce singularities and wormholes inside its own multi-dimensional body?
Believe what you want. But how do you hope to challenge such power if you can't even defeat me? You're so far out of your depth, you don't even realize. I have my own plans, and they don't involve you. I'm not going to kill you, not today. You can thank her for that. But I can't make any promises about the future. Who knows what the future will bring?
That was impressive, what you did back there. You faced a monster and survived. Not everyone can say that. And you two have history, right? Damn. Respect, man. Really.
Thanks, I guess.
But keep your eyes on the prize, okay? We're not done quite yet.
Praise the great rat catcher in the skies. You faced the devil himself and survived.
Yes, it was.
Don't worry. But now, we know exactly what we're up against. Listen to me, Igor.
Wake up, Igor.
Tanya.
I want you to see something.
Can't you just tell me?
Kupachi. I'll be waiting for you, my love.
Thank God you're finally here. Wait, you're not from my squad?
Oh, you're perceptive. You seem to be in a bit of a predicament, friend.
Do you think it's funny? A chunk of the ceiling collapsed and knocked me out. I alerted my squad. They should be here any minute.
Well, good luck with that.
Wait. Can you spare a gas mask filter?
Hard to breathe in here.
Yes. My filter got fucked up when the ceiling collapsed. I could use an extra one, you know? Just in case it takes the rescue party a while to get here.
Sure. Here you go.
This used to be a typical village, a simple hamlet of 1,000 souls. These people had lives. It was all taken from them, buried underground. Now it's nothing but a sprawling sort of mass grave.
It had to be done. The liquidators risked their lives to...
Deactivate?
We took the same classes in radiophysics in Leningrad.
Of course I do. How quickly can you bury someone's life and past? Change it, twist it. Doesn't it frighten you?
A lot of things frighten me right now, my love. Buried houses, ruined furniture, and missing feather beds aren't high on my list of scares, though.
Do you think this is funny? You... Constructed in honor of the 50th anniversary of the Great October Revolution. There was a friend I met at a book club, Lena. She was always so devoted. Have you ever wondered how it was for the children of the zone? The evacuation, the radiation sickness.
Iodine-131 is especially dangerous for kids.
I'm not talking about that. They were supposed to be... The party said the children came before everything else. Before nuclear energy, those children's world collapsed that night, before they even had a chance to properly know it. I sometimes think those kids never left, trapped in those dolls.
What nonsense.
Calm yourself, Igor. I'm not done yet. I, Igor Khymynuk, joining the ranks of the Vladimir Ilyich Lenin All-Union Pioneer Organization, in the presence of my comrades, solemnly promise to, as the Communist Party teaches us,
very funny,
the young pioneer camp, You must have been a role model for your companions back then.
I can't remember. I was never a fan of state-controlled organizations. Besides, I preferred to keep to myself, I think.
A loner. Perhaps that's what you were meant to be all along.
What do you mean?
Maybe we were a mistake, Igor. I sometimes wonder how it would have been if we'd brought a child into this.
Don't say it like that.
Such dreams are dangerous. If something can go up in flames, it eventually will. All it takes is one spark.
I know you're there, Professor Khymynuk. Answer the radio. We need to have a little chat. I've got something that may interest you, Igor. Please.
Are you...
General Kozlov, in the flesh.
Why should I trust you?
I don't need you to trust me. Red Forest, next to the train station.
What's so important that it can't be discussed on the radio?
A matter of life and death.
I don't like this one bit.
I know, Professor.
That was Kozlov, right?
Some FaceTime in the
Red Fort. You can't go. It's too dangerous.
Oh, no shit, it's dangerous.
But all Kozlov has to do is pull a gun and blow your brains out.
I appreciate your concern, Olivier, but I've already decided.
I see. Do what you have to. He knows that together we're a real threat. Remember to stay on the radio.
Sure. Don't worry so much, Olivier.
Someone has to.
For the record, going to this meeting is dangerous. Going alone is downright stupid. Watch out for any sign of an ambush, okay?
I will. This must be the place.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Show me your hands.
I didn't come here to play cops and robbers, Professor Khymynuk.
I can't wait.
There's a helipad with an abandoned helicopter next to the railroad. Go there. Find the button that powers it up.
What's that supposed to do?
No harm will come to you. Please, indulge me.
Forget it, Igor. If Kozlov has something to tell you, why didn't he just say it?
What are you saying?
It's all an elaborate trap. They're going to stuff you into an old tire and set it ablaze.
I've seen it many times before.
Not a very attractive prospect, but I have to get to the bottom of this. I'm at the helicopter. Kozlov wasn't lying about that, at least.
So you think you can trust him now? You can still back out, you know. Come back and we'll hunt this bastard down together.
That did the trick.
Talk to me, Igor.
There's an underground bunker beneath the helipad.
Don't go in there. Please. Let's regroup and we can figure out what to do next.
I'll let you know what I find. This is getting interesting.
I'm losing you. Igor?
Olivier, surveillance equipment. Can't be Soviet. It looks cutting edge. Someone's keeping tabs on me in our little warehouse operation. But I've got everything here. My exact words, my plans. But Olivier, come in.
Where did you go? I thought I lost you for a second there, buddy.
I found a bunch of surveillance hardware in the bunker.
It must be an old Soviet facility. I wouldn't worry about it.
That's not all. I also found intel about me and our mission. Someone is listening to everything we say in the warehouse.
Are you certain? Maybe it's just old intel the KGB gathered on you.
No way. The equipment looks brand new and... Goddammit, Olivier, someone's been tracking our every step. We need to talk. I'll come back soon.
You've seen it. I can see it in your eyes.
That's what I should be asking you.
My dear Professor, you have a brilliant mind for science. No, I'm not spying on you. That is the hidey hole of a rogue operative. I'm not sure who he's working for, but I do know who he is.
Yes, General?
A military man with connections to a foreign agency. Canadian, perhaps?
Why did you show me this?
You assume correct. I have my own reasons. I don't know exactly why you're here, Khymynuk. You think you know. You have a hunch. Let's say a feeling that you're chasing. You may find it hard to believe. We both lost someone. Someone important to us. We're all just pieces on a giant chessboard, but much remains unclear.
Enough riddles. You think he's a Canadian?
Your best buddy Olivier has been with you the entire time. Think about it. Set your emotions aside and you'll see it's the only logical answer. He's working for someone, but the whole operation is off the books. So there's definitely something unusual here. Otherwise, I would be the one to handle it.
Let's say I believe you.
Treat this information about Olivier as an olive branch of sorts. Do you think I enjoy playing the evil Colonel Kurtz in this jungle? I came here believing this would be the last assignment of my career, that working in the private sector would allow me to retire someplace nice with my nephew, Gleb. I'm his only remaining kin. Instead, I've become entangled in a questionable business run by greedy corporate rats and their shady scientists. When they sensed I was unhappy, that I might leave, they took Gleb, hid him from me as part of a mysterious safety protocol.
Am I supposed to feel sorry for you?
No, not for me. I've done things I'm not proud of. Help me find him, and I will help you find what you're looking for.
This can't be a coincidence. There was a little kid.
What? You'd better tell me what you know, or this conversation won't continue in such a polite manner.
It seems a shred of human decency can be found even in the very nest of evil. He's still a servant of the Rat King.
A real hunter doesn't kill cubs. Tell Kozlov he can pick his kiddo up from the village, but I'm still coming after him.
I don't know if you believe in coincidence, but I know where Glib is.
What? If you know something, you...
Easy, General. He's okay. I came across him in an old bunker and freed him.
I don't need all the details right now.
I sent him to the Samarshal village. Matvey and his people are taking care of him.
Igor, you truly are a ray of light in all this darkness, and proud of myself for making such a wise decision.
I hope you're not playing games with me, Khymynuk. Thank you. Your sense of honor humbles me. This is where we part ways. I hope we don't run into each other again in less favorable circumstances.
It would be better if you just left the zone, Kozlov.
I wish I could, but it's not that easy. I plan to play my part to the best of my abilities.
I'll get straight to the point, Olivier. Kozlov showed me your hidden spy bunker. Why would you do that?
Whoa. Please don't tell me you believed a word of what he said. Every general is. And this one's old school GRU.
Well, well. Who'd have thought? Our soldier boy is a fucking rat.
What's this? A rat? I'll bet a buck he's a dead rat now.
You backstabbing rat. You have 10 seconds to explain yourself.
What in God's name are you talking about?
I've been to your little spy den. You've been working against me this whole time.
I know it seems that way sometimes, but the world doesn't actually revolve around you, Igor.
Can the pretentious bullshit and just say it.
I've got my own mission here, and it doesn't concern you. I've been keeping an eye on you since the beginning.
No, I can't believe it, Olivier.
Believe what you want. I never did anything to harm you or the mission.
I'll let you stay because you're still useful to me. But we're not buddies anymore. This is nothing but a business transaction now.
You're making the right call. We'll find your Tatiana yet.
Everyone, it's time to hit the power plant. But this time we're smarter, and I know we can do this. We have to do this.
Mousy, you're talking about striking at the heart of the Rat King.
I have evidence that NAR was conducting Chernobylite experiments back in the 90s. Tatiana and her baby were 2 of their subjects. We must act now.
What about that black mask-wearing motherfucker?
His name is Boris Glukov. He, Tatiana, and I were close friends until he betrayed us. He helped the KGB gather evidence against Tatiana. He experimented on himself with Chernobylite and ended up with great power.
Do you know what NAR is actually doing at the power plant?
Unfortunately, I couldn't uncover all the details. We stick together, follow the plan, and everything will sort itself out in the end.
I like the pep talk, Professor. I think you even gave me a bit of a job.
Yes, we do. We've got everything we need to infiltrate the power plant. This is much bigger than anything any of us has done before.
One organization holding this much power is against everything I believe in.
You know how I feel.
I started out doing this for a paycheck, but I'm going to end it for my brother in arms.
This is bullshit. You're asking us to walk blindly into something that could very well be a trap.
You think I'm gonna back out now and miss the best part?
It's your choice if you don't want to help. I appreciate your trust. We can't count on the element of surprise, but we know enough about NAR's vulnerabilities to make this work. Time and again, we'll dress somebody up as an NAR officer. We have 2 NAR uniforms, both male. Any take?
I'll do it. I have no problem.
You should take someone who can keep his cool when things go sideways, as they inevitably do. Trust me on that.
You're not serious.
All right, we still have one more uniform. NAR must have a skillful hacker. Should be.
I'm your man, Mousy. The great Ratcatcher Electronics.
I need someone to cover our asses.
Firearms are my preferred method of...
My shooting's impaired.
Thinking it over, last but not least, a spy.
I've been watching these assholes.
I know the power plant.
Does everyone know what to do? I thought it through. This is it. Today's the day, whatever happens. Everything sorted, guys? Can we start our prisoner escort op?
I'm ready. Though my hand still hurts like hell.
If the uniform doesn't get us in, we have one more ace up our sleeve. Their friend-enemy password. They say, we quell the storm. And we reply, and ride the thunder. Remember it. Before we enter the lion's den, I need to triple check everything is ready. How's my techie? Have you logged into their system?
I'm in, Mousy. What do you need me to do? Overload their systems, bypass security? You ask and I'll do it. But don't be rash. Once we get started, it's only a matter of time before they kick me out again.
Spy check. How are my eyes and ears?
Eyes are bright and my ears are wide open. I got the plans and codes up and I can hear those boring fuckers chatter like they were sitting in my lap. No worries, Igor. With me on your side, this'll be like walking to the grocery store.
There are a few sentries outside the gate. That's obstacle number 1.
Better use the side passage for now. You can always kill them on your... Don't forget that you're a prisoner, Igor.
Okay, showtime.
Stand down, Private, and clear the way. I'm escorting this stalker to his interrogation.
Yes, sir. You can find the brass in the tent behind the gates. I assume you know the way?
So far, so good. But it's getting harder now. NAR's upgraded some of the old security features. security checkpoint. What used to be a radiation detector is now a biometric scanner.
I already found the right database. I'll upload your biometric data.
Those NAR security systems can be broken by someone with enough know-how. Once those gates read my biometrics, my cover will be blown. We need to convince them somehow that we're friendlies.
Tarakan, I like your thinking.
One moment. Yes. Done and done. Those gates won't be a problem, Mousy.
Time to move. With a little luck, they won't notice us. The entrance should be very close. It's a large metal door to the tech access corridor. Nothing I can't handle.
Remember the charges I prepared for breaching security doors? Powerful, but quiet. Like sticking a curling iron into a pound of butter. Or maybe you want to save them for later.
Keep your hand down, Igor. There's a fucking sniper on the building above you.
Stop yelling! How do you know?
Picked it up on the radio.
Damn! If I force the lock, it'll trigger the alarm.
I can try to remotely unlock the door without tripping the alarm, but no guarantees.
The lock is wired to the alarm system, but Sashko's charges will destroy both the lock and the trigger mechanism. I should be fine.
Another life lost because of you. What happened to your grand plans? Your companion is about to meet his end in this reality. You should figure out what led to this so you can plan accordingly next time.
Charges armed. Stay back. We made it inside. We're safe, at least for now. These tunnels just about make a beeline to the reactor. From there, the way to the Ark should be easy. What the fuck? The electronics are sizzling as if they're going to explode.
That's to be expected, Mousy. The power plant's electrical system is antiquated, falling apart. We should find a way to short-circuit the power.
Igor, the water is electrified. Don't touch it.
I have access to the circuit board. Perhaps I can cut power to the nearest...
Have you been listening, Mousy? I can turn off the entire sector.
Tarakan, I like your thinking.
Today, the darkness is our friend, Mousy.
Getting close to the reactor floor. I think we managed to dodge the main security detail. As long as we maintain our cover, we should be good.
Step very fucking lightly now, Igor. The place is swarming with those cocksuckers. NAR's beefed up security around Ark for some reason. Either they're preparing for something, or you're walking straight into a goddamn trap.
I'm in the Golden Corridor. It looks like NAR beefed up security after our little escapade. Not unexpected.
We have to convince NAR that we're their contractors.
Let's try the prisoner escort charade.
Stop right there. I don't recognize you, soldier. We quell the storm?
And ride the thunder. Prisoner transport in progress, Private.
Okay, go ahead.
We need to get past these scientists.
The Brainiacs have their own dedicated comms. I could put my fabulous acting skills to work and tell them to fuck off, but it's a two-man job.
The great Ratcatcher has smiled upon you today. I can help.
They're not soldiers. They won't buy our fairy tale. If we don't come up with something convincing, they'll sound the alarm the moment they see us.
Tarakan, I like your thinking.
Sounds good, Mousy. It shouldn't take long to hack the comms.
Attention! Pneumonia! Achtung! The reactor's about to explode! Run for your lives, everyone!
What kind of nonsense is this? The reactor cannot
Fuck it, Anatoly. A break is a break.
These old ventilation ducts will take me straight to the Ark.
What the hell is this? Was it here before? Looks like some sci-fi fucking movie prop.
The door is trapped. Touch it, and I'll spend my last moments on Earth convulsing on the dirty floor.
Mousy, the ventilation duct should not be secured. The Rat King is watching and waiting. I can feel it.
Wait, Igor. Remember the map you borrowed from that fucker Semenov? It shows another way in.
Your plan sounds reasonable, Mikhail. Do it.
The doors are behind you, Igor. Cut through the crap on the other side, and you'll find a nice, fat ventilation duct. Climb up in there, and it'll take you straight to the Ark.
Are you seeing those creatures? I hope the bars hold. I might be able to open the gate from this panel, but there's a chance I'll release the things in those cages as well.
So this is the heart of darkness. Just as menacing as I imagined it to be. The NAR will track me down afterwards, but I don't care. I have reached my destination, Igor.
This place is one big fucking trap and totally off-grid. The only way to open it from where you are is to crash the whole system, unless you have some explosives.
Tarakan, I like your thinking.
Behold, Mousy. In a brief moment, everything will shut down and the door open to you. This has been the adventure of a lifetime. Mousy! Igor! The rats found me! I tried to fight them off, but there were so many!
Tarikan!
Heard the man move!
What's going
the
on?
priority is to
I
protect
made
the
my
lab.
last stand!
Damn! Looks like we'll have to fight our way out.
The great rat catcher is calling me. It's all up to you now, my boy.
These guys are the last thing standing between me and Tatiana. I can't back down now.
Oh no, this sucks big time balls. I wish we had someone inside who could get those assholes to look the other way.
Attention all units.
What the?
This is General Kozlov speaking. All troops stand down and evacuate the building immediately. That is a direct order.
Kozlov? He was silent for so long. I thought he was dead. Don't keep the general waiting.
Hi, Igor. BF says hello. And also goodbye.
Kozlov?
My nephew told me what you did for him. He asked me to return the favor. I've always had a soft spot for that boy, so... This is your lucky day. Me and Glee are leaving this place for good. I would advise you to do the same.
Thanks. And good luck to you both. Everyone, wait here and watch the perimeter. I have to do this alone. Tatiana, finally.
Pretty hard.
Igor, my love, my child.
It's been so very long, but it's finally you. It has to be you.
You know it in your heart, my love.
But how?
You shouldn't be here. It's a mistake. You'll only bring great misery on us all. My poor little boy. All of us together. Finally, release me, my love. Free me.
What did you call me?
There's nothing you can't do. You have to end this. Both of us. We're a mistake. An abomination. Close the portal. Destroy the connection.
What connection?
The connection is the strongest force in the universe. Go to the reactor. Find it, my love. It is waiting for you.
Find what?
No more waiting. Please, can't you just let me die?
Tanya?
Go. Die. Fade. Portal.
Tatiana, are you still there?
Boris, help. Die. Igor.
I don't understand.
Reactor. Chernobylite.
Well, what do I do? Oh, fuck, I need to figure this out.
Hi, Igor. Happy to see me.
Olivier, what are you doing?
Do you really need to ask? Did you think I was an idiot right from the beginning?
Put the gun down. Whatever it is, we can work it out.
You are such an asshole. I've been helping you all this time. I lost my best friend just to help you find this dear old lady of yours.
Olivier, please.
Not once, not fucking once did you offer to help me. It was always about you. Semenov was right after all, every word. Yes, I was working for Semenov. He hired me to keep tabs on you. It went pretty well until your black masked buddy went off-piste and killed Anton.
But Semenov? Why would you work for that lunatic?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a chance to change what cannot be changed?
But that's crazy.
Crazy, sure. Is it any crazier than going for an interdimensional walk in a tunnel through space-time?
I'm not saying it's impossible, but...
But helping me was never on your agenda, was it? I should have seen it sooner. Besides, you're not the only one experiencing strange fucking things, you know. I keep having these dreams where I die. I wake up and I live again. It's motherfucking Groundhog Day in hell.
I don't know what to tell you. You're right. I just never thought anyone else would see it.
Sure. Semenov isn't the one with the Messiah complex. And I so fucking hope I don't have to wake up and do this all over again.
Every decision you made during this mission lies before you. Revisit your choices and change them at your will. Ponder your mistakes and make them right. Finish your mission and find me, Igor.
Tatiana. Finally.
Pretty hot for 60 years old.
Igor, my love, my child.
It's been so very long. But it...
You know it in your heart, my love.
But how?
You shouldn't be here. It's a mistake. All of us together.
What did you call me?
There's nothing you can do. You have to end this.
What connection?
The connection is the strongest force in the universe. Go to the reactor. Find it, my love.
Find what?
No more waiting.
Tanya?
Go.
Tatiana, are you still there?
Boris!
I don't understand.
Reactor. Chernobylite.
What do I do?
Hi, Igor. Happy to see me.
Olivier, what are you doing?
You really need to ask.
Put the gun down.
You are such a...
Not Semenov.
Yeah,
but...
Oh, I don't...
But that's
crazy. But helping me. I
don't...
Sure.
Not... I'm sorry, promise.
Say it.
To save your...
Okay. That's good enough for me. I'm glad we understand each other.
All right. I'll be back. Keep an eye on Tanya.
Sure. I just hope you don't screw things up and get us all killed. Again. I'm tired of this carousel of madness.
You took your time, Igor.
Cut the crap. It's time you gave me some answers.
Yes, we'll get to that. But since this is our last meeting, I want to ask you a question first.
Fine. Just...
What do you really hope to achieve, Igor?
Chernobylite is the cause of all this.
You may find this surprising, but our goals are actually aligned.
How's that?
We were both going after the same thing, but this whole time we've been chasing someone else's agenda without knowing it.
Come on, man. I've come too far to be fed a line of bullshit.
Let's start from the beginning. Do you know who I am?
I sure do, Boris. You were my closest friend until you decided to betray me.
Boris is dead. I killed him on that fateful night, April 26, 1986, and took his identity. Good riddance. He was a treacherous piece of shit.
You took his?
The more important question, the question you somehow failed to ask yourself all this time is, who are you? Because you're not Professor Igor Khymynuk. You never were. I am Igor Khymynuk. I only changed my name to protect you and your mother.
Protect me? How? By trying to kill me at every turn?
If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it the first time we met at the power plant.
Will you quit talking in fucking riddles?
The truth is hard to swallow, I know. It was hard for me too. Tatiana isn't your fiancée. She's mine. Everything you know about her, everything you remember, none of it is yours. You're living someone else's life. You are my clone. Sort of. You got my body, my brain, my skills, and most importantly, my memories from before the Chernobyl disaster.
What are you saying? How is that even possible?
Tatiana was sterile. That was our personal tragedy. But when Semenov imprisoned her after the Duga fiasco, she fell pregnant. At first, I thought Boris was the father, and I was angry with her. But that was another of Semenov's lies. He needed me to stay on the project and study Chernobylite. So he injected Tanya with the nano solution. What happened next was, I don't know what to call it, an immaculate conception. She gave birth to a boy. You. You grew much more quickly than other kids. But your mind didn't seem to follow. The Chernobylite no doubt affected you in unpredictable ways. I never really considered you my son. It scared the shit out of me. I didn't know what to do with you. But it was obvious that Semenov would incorporate you into his experiments. Or maybe cut you open and rummage around inside until one night, Tanya, your mother, communicated with me telepathically. Even though her body was in a coma, she pleaded with me to release you into the woods. And that's what I did.
You're saying Tatiana's child, who you released in the woods in 1990? But that's impossible. Impossible! I don't remember any of this.
Of course you don't. You looked like a teenager, but the night was so cold. It had my name on it.
The sweater? I had it in the camp. I was imprisoned and...
Yes, it could have been a trigger. Your mind somehow began to rebuild itself. Why in my image? I can only guess. Perhaps you were constructed from Tatiana's desires, from her expectations of a child. I suspect the process was somehow facilitated by the Chernobylite.
But she's been calling me this whole time.
I'm afraid you were bamboozled, my poor boy. We all were. It wasn't Tanya who called you here, but it.
Chernobylite? But the images, the voices...
They felt so real, I know. Your mother was your biggest weakness, and the entity exploited that. It wanted you here. It has plans for you, you see, and I cannot allow it to succeed.
Someone sent me a photo of Tatiana and the piece of Chernobylite. Those weren't hallucinations. They were real. I couldn't have constructed my portal gun without them.
Oh, that. It was that bastard Semenov, of course. He wanted to bring you here as well. He never got over it when you vanished. Not that it matters now. I really hoped you would stay away. But it's too late now. I can't allow you to interact with the entity in any way. Only one of us is leaving this room alive.
Wait, can't we talk it over?
We just did. Goodbye, son. Igor. I wish there was another way. Go easy on me. I won't do the same for you. Show me the new and improved Igor Khymynuk. You're not strong enough. to save Tanya. Only I am. Don't go easy on me. I won't do the same for you. This gives me no pleasure, but it has to be done. Come on, show me the new and improved Igor Khymynuk. Give up already. I promise to make it quick for Tatiana's sake. I wish there was another way. Don't go easy on me. I won't do the same for you. Why did you have to come here and complicate things? I wish there was another way. You think you're better than me? You're making this too easy, son. This gives me no pleasure, but it has to be done. I won't let you hurt her. I wish there was another way. Come on, show me the new and improved Igor Khymynuk. I won't let you hurt her. I don't need a force field to defeat you.
I told you to watch Tanya. How on earth did you get in here?
Focus, Igor. Look familiar?
Where did you get that from?
Where else? I took it from you. From your cold, dead hands, Igor.
In
a reality where you fucked up, my friend. From one of the many worlds bearing the brunt of your failures.
Are you saying that you come from a different...
This is hell. You have no idea.
Where are you going?
Back to my screwed up world, of course. You know me. I'd prefer to die fighting.
Wait!
Don't waste the chance I've given you, Igor. Finish the job.
It's over, my son. Close the portal. Cut the connection. Deny this thing away into our world. Do it now!
Son, please. It will kill her. It will kill the love of my life. Of our life. Please, there's another way.
Just let me go.
You can do this, son. You can be the man I could not. We go through the portal and face this thing. Undo the harm we both caused Tanya.
No, do not do this. Kill me.
It's time to end this once and for all. If anyone can hear me, run as far from here as you can. Everyone, run like hell. Thank you for showing me the way. I won't waste this, I promise. Goodbye. You can rest now.
The protagonist never explained to his comrades exactly what happened at the power plant, but he came out changed. The Chernobylite vanished entirely. The zone is now free of it. Igor stalkers drove off the remaining NAR troops and even convinced a few of them to join the cause. Now they're working together for the good of the sandwich shells, tracking down the few remaining monsters still roaming the area. Olivier never had the chance to change his own history and prevent the ambush that wiped out his team. Igor's example convinced him to abandon his plan and accept his flawed past. That tragedy, after all, made him the man he was. With time, he made his peace, and in the end, was grateful to be part of something bigger than himself. Once the events in the zone were finished, he sought out Anton's fiancée and took care of both her and her daughter. In spite of his flaws, Olivier will always be remembered in the zone for his courage and grit. Mikhail's life was always full of violence. He was the angriest, most obnoxious man Igor had ever known, but he was also unfailingly honest, both with himself and others. Mikhail's thirst to avenge his murdered friends was his main driving force, but working with Igor and the others eventually made him appreciate the kinder aspects of life. In spite of his rough manner and the darkness inside him, Igor came to like the neurotic stalker, and by the end, considered him a true colleague. Mikhail decided to remain in the zone and join the others in protecting their shared home. Sashko had always been the lone wolf and daredevil of the zone. Life had always been harsh for him, and he learned the hard way to rely only on himself. His crusade against NAR began with a desire for closure regarding his brother Ruslan's death, but Igor's quest to find Tatiana was what kept him going until the finish line. After the events in the zone, Sashko decided to go back to Moscow and face the hard truth about his parents' death. Eventually, he would return to Pripyat, which became his second home. Tarakon's crusade against the Rat King has reached its conclusion. When he was drawing his final breath, Tarakon was calm in his knowledge that the mission was in good hands. It was now up to his student and protege, Igor Khymynuk, to defeat the evil lurking in the zone. Tarakon wasn't worried. He had prepared the man well, after all. Igor never discovered Tarakon's true identity. Was he a madman? A saint? A spy? Perhaps he was all of these. Perhaps none. But one thing is certain. Tarakon was a true child of Pripyat, and his restless soul will forever wander its marshes and woods. Like so many before him, General Koslov made the wrong choices while chasing a dream of the good life. War taught him about the cruelty and inevitability of loss, leaving him indifferent to human suffering. It was only thanks to his nephew Galip and Igor that Koslov found a serendipitous moment that placed his life on a new trajectory. He realized that some victories come at too great a cost. Koslov left NAR at just the right time and lived out his days in quiet contemplation, somewhere far beyond their nefarious grasp. Semenov's ambitions and neuroses eventually got him killed. He was a brilliant scientist, but could never come to terms with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Though not a devout communist, Semenov could not stomach the chaotic aftermath, for it reflected the emptiness of his own heart. In reality, what he sought was to fill the gaping void in his own soul. In the end, everything he thought he had achieved disintegrated into nothing. He died, and NAR dissolved, most of its mercenaries wiped out by either the Shadows or the Samoshils. All that remains of NAR in the zone are the empty barracks and derelict labs, stark reminders of a misguided ambition based on human misery. Faced with staggering losses, the shareholders halted all funding. It's over, my son. Close the portal. Cut the connection. Deny this thing a way into our world. Do it now.
Son.
Just let me...
You can do this. Go through the portal and fake...
No.
A single shot of adrenaline would have saved my ass. Why didn't you give it to me, you cheap fuck?
My life was in your hands, and you let me die!
We were partners, old-timer. I always had your back. Why didn't you have mine?
Taking care of us was your job. You let me die. You failed.
The eulogy you gave at my funeral was awful. Pure drivel. How can you sleep at night, Mousy?
I trusted you. You were supposed to save us all.
You killed Kostya, you motherfucker. My Kostya!
Why? Why did you betray me, Mousy?
After everything I've done for you, you chose NAR? Burn in hell, you backstabbing little freak!
Executing an unarmed prisoner like a common thug. I expected more from you, Professor Khymynuk.
This isn't possible. These things can't all have happened. I fixed them. At least some of them.
You're wrong. Did you think meddling with space-time wouldn't have consequences? All of this, every bit of it, happened.
But how? I was going back through the wormholes. I was fixing everything.
There is no time travel the way your friend Olivier understands it. You can never change what's already occurred, because every change creates its own space-time continuum.
And time only moves in one direction. Entropy.
Every time you make or unmake a decision, you twist an entire dimension. It's because you are a part of me, made from the same multi-dimensional stuff.
But I just wanted to save Tatiana.
Yes, your mother. And along the way, you destroyed countless lives across dozens of dimensions. All because of animal body chemistry. Because of the human need to connect with your progenitor. So, here I am. I am your real mother.
What are you?
I am God.
Bullshit. There is no God.
But it's a matter of perspective. To a spider under your boot, you surely are a god. Isn't that so, Igor?
Don't. Call me that. I'm not... Ah, fuck.
Having a bit of an identity crisis? As a poet once said, the child is the father of the man. The fear that clouds your mind is what makes your situation irreconcilable.
Fear? No. I'm not afraid of...
The fear of discovering there is nothing at the core of your persona but pure chaos. But don't worry, I am about to reveal the truth. After that, it won't matter anymore.
What do you want from me?
Have you ever wondered why, despite your technological sophistication, people so insistently pursue self-destruction? Why destroy your own ecosystem? Why you cannot help but slaughter each other and every other species? Why, over and over again, you sacrifice your own future for short-term gain?
If you're thinking to catch me off guard with your freshman philosophy insights, you've got another thing coming. People are for the most part selfish assholes. I don't need an alien entity to tell me this. So what's next? Are you going to propose some kind of new world order to save us all? Am I to be your prophet and help you usher in a comic book utopia?
I never expected you to be so nihilistic. But I suppose it isn't surprising. No, a new world order isn't enough to save you from yourselves. You are fundamentally flawed.
Is that right? And why is that?
Again, it's the fear. Fear of your own existence. Fear of anything strange or other. Fear about the future. I can take it all away. I can help you, as I've helped many other civilizations before.
How?
Your kind can only live in the moment. The future is terrifying to you. It makes you do silly, destructive things. Become my vessel, and I will purify them of fear and weakness. I will remake mankind in my image, burn away the dross in a firestorm the world has never seen. I must reduce everything to ashes so they can be reborn.
That is some insane biblical shit.
You're scared this will make you feel less special, less of a hero? This is what being a hero is all about. We can banter words for as long as you want. I have plenty of time. But the result is inevitable. You and I are already connected at the core. You cannot exist without me. Struggling against me will only tire you. It will not in the slightest change the outcome. You're like a fish, endlessly swimming the circumference of a wash basin. You want to jump out, but without me, you simply can't. All your science cannot help you. It's time to set aside this futile struggle. Help yourself and the world. Embrace me.
I see. Maybe it's time humanity gets another chance at being its best self. Ah! Ah! Oh!
no one will ever know the protagonist's ultimate fate. When he disappeared, a wave of monsters poured into our world through the interdimensional gate, turning Pripyat into a permanent war zone. The inhabitants of the zone gathered everyone who could fight and resist them as best they can. They will never abandon the zone, for it has become their home. They still hope Igor will return one day and help them in their struggle. The Chernobylite meanwhile spreads farther into the zone, and the fight grows more desperate with every passing day. Olivier never had the chance to change his own history and prevent the ambush that wiped out his team. Igor's example convinced him to abandon his plan and accept his flawed past. That tragedy, after all, made him the man he was. With time, he made his peace, and in the end, was grateful to be part of something bigger than himself. Once the events in the zone were finished, he sought out Anton's fiancée and took care of both her and her daughter. In spite of his flaws, Olivier will always be remembered in the zone for his courage and grit. Mikhail's life was always full of violence. He was the angriest, most obnoxious man Igor had ever known. Mikhail's thirst to avenge his murdered friends was his main driving force. But working with Igor and the others eventually made him appreciate the kinder aspects of life. In spite of his rough manner and the darkness inside him, Igor came to like the neurotic stalker, and by the end, considered him a true colleague. Mikhail decided to remain in the zone and join the others in protecting their shared home. Sashko had always been the lone wolf and daredevil of the zone. Life had always been harsh for him, and he learned the hard way to rely only on himself. His crusade against NAR began with a desire for closure regarding... After the events in the zone, Sashko decided to go back to Moscow and face the hard truth about his parents' death. Eventually, he would return to Pripyat, which became his second home. Tarakon's crusade against the Rat King has reached its conclusion. When he was drawing his final breath, Tarakon was calm in his knowledge that the mission was in good hands. It was now up to his student and protege, Igor Khymynuk, to defeat the evil lurking in the zone. Tarakon wasn't worried. He had prepared the man well, after all. Igor never discovered Tarakon's true identity. Was he a madman? A saint? A spy? But one thing is certain. Tarakon was a true child of Pripyat, and his restless soul will forever wander its marshes and woods. Like so many before him, General Kozlov made the wrong choices while chasing a dream of the good life. War taught him about the cruelty and inevitability of loss, leaving him indifferent to human suffering. It was only thanks to his nephew Galib and Igor that Kozlov found a serendipitous moment that placed his life on a new trajectory. He realized that some victories come at too great a cost. Kozlov left NAR at just the right time and lived out his days in quiet contemplation, somewhere far beyond their nefarious grasp. Semenov's ambitions and neuroses eventually got him killed. He was a brilliant scientist. Though not a devout communist, Semenov could not stomach the chaotic aftermath, for it reflected the emptiness of his own heart. And so he chased his green Chernobylite dream, hoping his experiments would usher in a new world order. In reality, what he sought was to fill the gaping void in his own soul. He died, and NAR dissolved, most of its mercenaries wiped out by either the Shadows or the Samoshiels. Faced with staggering losses, the shareholders halted all funding.
I see you have it all figured out, my love. But it's not going to happen. I refuse to take part. If mankind wants to destroy itself, let it. For all I know, extinction is a better fate than becoming part of whatever you are.
You are defiant, like her. But as I said, we can do this forever. For eternity. I can have you wake back up at your base again and again. In the end, you will always return to me.
A circle? Of course.
Oh, don't get distracted with your theories now. You have no choice. We belong together.
I almost fell for it. But something betrayed you. You omitted one detail, a detail that makes you vulnerable. Me. I'm your only hope, and this also makes me your biggest weakness.
You cannot exist without me. I made you. Everything you are is because of me.
True. But you also cannot exist in this plane without me. You're no god. You're just a fucking parasite. A freeloader looking for a new host, hoping to get a foothold in a new environment. Tanya, my mom, is no longer a viable option for you. You can't use her anymore. Who knows? Perhaps you never needed her in the first place. And all this was a ruse to bring me back to you.
You don't even know what you are. You have no identity. You don't exist without me. Now obey.
Identity. Yes. Perhaps I'm Igor. Perhaps I'm Igor's son. Perhaps I'm both. Maybe I'm just a faulty copy of a dead physicist. But it doesn't matter. I make my own choices. And that brings us neatly to my conclusion. As a scientist, I must test this theory before I can confirm or deny it. So watch closely, my love. This is my final experiment. It's time to break the circle and destroy the parasite by denying it a host.
No! 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 The protagonist never returned from the power plant. The Chernobylite vanished entirely. The zone is now free of it. Igor stalkers drove off the remaining NAR troops and even convinced a few of them to join the cause. Now they're working together for the good of the sandwich shells. Olivier never had the chance to change his own history and prevent the ambush that wiped out his team. Igor's example convinced him to abandon his plan and accept his flawed past. That tragedy, after all, made him the man he was. Once the events in the zone were finished, he sought out Anton's fiancée and took care of both her and her daughter. In spite of his flaws, Olivier will always be remembered in the zone for his courage and grit. Mikhail's life was always full of violence. He was the angriest, most obnoxious man Igor had ever known. Mikhail's thirst to avenge his murdered friends was his main driving force. In spite of his rough manner and the darkness inside him, Mikhail decided to remain in the zone. Sashko had always been the lone wolf and daredevil of the zone. Life had always been harsh for him. His crusade against NAR began with a desire for closure regarding his brother Ruslan's death. After the events in the zone, Sashko decided to go back to Moscow and face the hard truth about his parents' death. Eventually, he would return to Pripyat. Tarakon's crusade against the Rat King has reached its conclusion when he was drawing his final breath. It was now up to his student and protege, Igor Khymynuk, to defeat the evil lurking in the zone. He had prepared the man well. Was he a madman? A saint? A spy? But one thing is certain. Like so many before him, war taught him about the cruelty and inevitability of loss. It was only thanks to his nephew Galib, and he realized that some victories come at too great a cost. Koslov left NAR at just the right time and lived out his days in quiet contemplation. Semenov's ambitions and neuroses eventually got him killed. He was a brilliant scientist. Though not a devout communist, and so he chased his green Chernobylite dream. In reality, what he sought was to fill the gaping void in his own soul. He died, and NAR dissolved. Faced with staggering losses,